Alright, hello, greetings and welcome in everyone. Hello. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Welcome in. Hello, Sishian. Still beating Siri into chat, well done. How goes? Hope everyone has had a good Sunday thus far, and that it has been treating everyone kindly. It has been a day. I had a lot of domestic work to catch up on. So yeah, it has been a day. And also just kind of calibrating after what I can only describe as the adrenaline crash of some deadline shifts on the VTuber model front. So yeah, it's been interesting trying to get through that, but we're here, and we are going to be doing some work on some your character here, Boogie reactive missions over the next couple of days in between VTuber things. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up the next couple of days with the Boogies and then do more rigging, etc. thereafter. That's going to be the plan for the next few days while I try to get some semblance of control back in my state of existence, because the last month and a bit I have been out of control and I do not like it. I like it when the creative chaos is of my own making, and it is not leaking over into domestic chaos, because currently that is what has been happening and I do not like that at all. So, let us dive straight into the thing. There we go. Switch that on. Julio. Let me just make sure that I've got this right. We are working on a commission for Azalea Fox. And I have got it facing the correct direction. And yeah, okay. So, because this is your character here, what we've got is we've got a base that has a we've got a base that's got some animations baked into it, that when we pull it into Live2D, it gets a lot easier, that we're just going to quickly customize. Heads up in case you're wondering, we're not going to recolor the skin here, and we're not going to recolor the eyes here. So if it looks a little bit weird when we say, okay, this part is done, don't worry, there is method to the madness. but chaos must reign supreme. And hydrate. Thank you, Sashian, for the hydrate. Let us do just that. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Blech. Yeah. Chaos, I find, is something that can be an awful lot of fun. But even chaos has its own degree of order, I think. As wholly unintuitive as that sounds, even chaos comes in its own breed of order. And, you know, sometimes, that is an interesting thing to try and, you know, ride the wave. I suppose you can phrase it that way. But yes, we are here, we're going to do the thing. Let me just think. I've got to firstly have the correct brush selected and make sure that it is the correct size. I believe this should be 30. 15. I'm going to make this 20 because I don't really know how this brush is going to respond yet. And I think 20 should be okay with how hard I press with this. Okay, so with this, what I think we're going to do is we're going to start by collapsing that and redrawing our brows in. I think that's going to be our first step. So get rid of that. Let's have a look at how our brows look. It would help if I unlock that layer. Yeah. Yeah. Also, I'm investigating a couple of things that are going to be updates to OBS. I am investigating them. I have no idea at what point I'll be able to actually implement, but I am looking at bringing a chat box back. I am definitely looking at bringing a chat box back to split the YouTube and Twitch chats. I have gotten some insider information, in inverted commas, that it may be the safe way of dealing with the TOS thing with Twitch. About not having chat on screen. A collated chat on screen, which honestly, as a platform, makes no sense to me. But hey, I'm not the boss here, I guess. But anyway, I'm reinvestigating that. I've still got to rebuild the majority of my commands. I've still got to rebuild. So that's a thing that's got to happen at some point in the relatively near future. And what was the other thing? What was the other thing? If I can't remember it, it can't be important. Ah, well. No, I jest. It's... my memory's just all over the show at the moment. She says that her memory is never all over the show. Yeah, no. We are basically just in a little bit of a in-between phase as I try and figure a couple of things out. Post Donathon madness. Technically, the Donathon hasn't, in inverted commas, ended yet. But I'm not going to be pushing for that anymore. If you saw my social media posts, you might have noticed that wording. Or the post on the YouTube community tab, you'll see also. I'm pretty much saying, okay, we're done with the Donathon. I'm not going to push that bus uphill anymore. Obviously, donations are still open, but all practical purposes, I'm not going to keep pushing that bus uphill. Because I'm fully aware of how, as we get to the end of the year, priorities shift. And frankly, folk can't really afford to split things up quite so readily. So yeah, it's something that I feel after seeing, okay, after we hit day 40, the count was just getting painful, and I didn't want, I didn't want to, I didn't want to keep squeezing that anymore. It comes to a point in time where one just loses the fight, right? And says, okay, we've made good progress, but don't push your luck. And I think that we were getting to the pushing your luck stage on that, especially considering how content has merged back into non-stop commission grinding. I feel like pressing too aggressively on the donathon thing was just going to be bad news. So, yeah. Hence, we return to normal thumbnails, and I will, from this point on, any reference to the donathon are going to entirely be referring to the fulfillment streams. So things like the live makes that I've still got to do once we've gotten through this commission batch, which are going to be the updates to the Harrier model, as well as the Audacity challenge, the Audacity Jibatsu, and the karaoke, which is going to be a first on the channel. The only thing holding that one back at the moment, aside from the deadlines, is that I still need to find some backtracks for a couple of the things. I'm still oscillating between two potential set lists. I'm not 100% sure. I'm oscillating between two potential set lists. But I'll see. Which one? I think it'll depend on which ones I can actually find musical backing tracks for. Because there are one or two in the set list that I'm leaning towards that I don't know if I will find instrumentals. So yeah, working on that. I was going to do yes. Of course, I would have my caps lock on, so it would be stupid. There we go. I can spell. It would be nice. There we go. Alright, so that's gonna have two of those. Undo that. That's too big. Don't like that shape. There we go. Cool, this one is inks. This is going to be H is full. And this is going to be F is full. There we go. I can live on the same inks layer, that's fine. Now for the human ears, what we're going to do is we're going to grab white. And I'm just going to hide the paper. There we go. Show the paper again. And back to here. There we go. Something like that. And on this side, you know what I might have to do is I'm going to cheat this one because I like this one's scale. If I want to match that on the opposite side, I'm going to need to pull this down a bit. Because I don't want to stretch my canvas. Because that's going to cause things to go weird when I try to pull things into Live2D later. You know what, this is still too high. Let me do it this way. And when I mesh this in and bring it into Live2D, then I will simply grab this part of the mesh and move it. I think that's going to be the best way to handle that part of the process. Okay, and then this, it looks like a little hook, like that. And then an arch, and then a stud, like that. Okay, that'll do the trick there. Now these, what we're going to do is we're going to go grab this color, grab this, which is going to be on this side. Just pull this up a little bit. And this side. Get that in place. Okay, then grab our silver color. And grab our white. That's not actual white, that's actual white. I'm gonna grab an off-white. There we go, grab that. Close that up. All that. Okay, then this side, same thing. Something like that will do the trick, yes. There we go. Okay. Now, let me just reposition myself here slightly. There we go. That is almost it for the ears. Now what we need to do is add a multiply for this. Grab that color again. Come over here and just add a little bit of shading. There we go. Now I can see some gaps like that. Oi. There we go. And over here. Something like that. Okay. That's the ears sorted. Now what we need to do is we need to do the bangs. Now, in this case, what we've got is we have a request for physics inclusion as well, so I do need to actually separate these a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go bangs back. Okay, and in there we're going to have full and inks. If I can spell. Okay, and then that's going to be 1, 2 pieces. So we're going to go B, B, 1. Okay. And duplicate that to be BB2. Duplicate the lot of it. This is going to go in front of the ears, and that's going to be bangs front. That's going to be B F1, and that's going to be B F2. And that is a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let us take a sip. Okay. I need to see. Over here. Just checking something real quick. Just checking something real quick. There we go. There we go. Just checking. Okay. That's under control. That looks like it's under control. Okay. Now, what we need to do is going to be our actual hair pieces. So let's go to bangs back one. Let's go here. It's still in the head here. Why? Right? Wait, don't tell me I did the stupid. Did I really do the stupid? Yes, I did. Really? Yeah, I really did do the stupid. Okay, I thought I hit the duplicate button on that. So let me do that again. Bangs front. B F1, B F2. Okay. Do the back first. So we come over to the inks layer. And this, what we're going to do is we're going to go for these little curlies that we see over here. So we're going to go a little bit more pronounced than that. That looked really weird. Okay. Not happy with that curve at all. So we try this again. There we go, there we go. And this gets filled with this color. So let me just hide that lot. I don't need to see any of that actually. Grab outside, expand by 1 pixel, invert, and come on, I need to be on the right layer. Oh, there we go. Okay. Then it gets multiply, which gets duplicated for there. It would also help if I actually had these in the right order, but okay. That's that. So now we grab this and just add a little bit of shading, like so. And let's grab a highlight color, like that. And just add a little bit of shine. Okay, that's that one. Next, on this side, we need to see the head again. What we're going to do is we're going to grab that. Undo. Let's just flip this for a second. That'll work. That will work. Okay. Now what we need to do is flip this way again, flip it upright. That ought to do the trick. Get that sharp again. Like so. And then we're gonna go grab the outside, expand by 1, invert, fill. There we go. Lock that, because we need to also apply some of this red in that mix as well. So here, what we're going to do, actually I'm going to fill it with the red and then just pull in the brown over the top there, because that's an easier order of operations than the other way around. And I can probably use the other brush too. And no, I'm gonna use that one. Okay, that ought to do the trick there. Now on these, what I want to do is grab our highlight color and just add a few flicks of that. Over there, like such. And now I need to do the same with the red. Its highlight color is there. Okay. Nope. That'll do the trick there. Now over here, we're gonna start by putting a big shadow over that way. Yeah, that will do the trick there. Something like that. Cheeky, hello, hello. Hi, I'm here and lurking at work, and it's a little hectic right now, so cannot listen, but I'm here. Okay, Cheeky, thank you for dropping in. I really appreciate it. Good luck with work. I hope that you resolve the madness soon. Best of luck with that. Okay, so that's the bangs back sorted. Which means I'm going to need to separate this. So that's going to be as front. Grab this. Cut. Paste. Ear back. Okay, that's going to be that one. Then we're going to need bangs front. Now this is going to start with this side as well. Start with a new layer, clip, multiply, copy, paste, right? And on this side, grab our sketch 2 brush. And this is going to be basically our safety margin layer, I think, for the head top. Let's just out a little bit. That ought to do the trick, yeah. Undo that. There we go, there we go. Now what I need to do is, by the fill over here, I need to grab like so. Hide that, hide that, hide that, hide that. Okay, that should pretty much do the trick. So now we grab outside, expand by 1 pixel, invert, and fill. There we go. Show that again. right. Head on. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to incorporate the head back a little bit over here, because this part isn't going to have physics, so I can get away with that. Grab that. Okay, that should do the trick for that one. And we apply a highlight here. Come on. Pressure sensitivity management. It would help if I actually lock the opacity on that now. Oopsie. Okay. Lock that highlight in. 5 push-ups. Alright, Sashian, I can do that. 1 moment, please. Just want to finish this one little stretch of the bangs, and then I shall do push-ups. Now, I am still a weakling. So I do a vertical variant at the moment of the push-ups, because otherwise my back dies. But 5 is better than none, right? So let us do those 5 push-ups in real quick. And now with my new desk setup, I can actually do it at my desk, which is also nice. So, a push-up is a push-up in my opinion. Yeah, honestly, if you are not able to do like the full horizontal plank style push-up, there is no shame in doing an easier variant. While I still need to do the easier variant, I will do the easier variant. I would rather be able to do more easier ones than a few harder ones, if I can phrase it that way, up until I get to the point where I feel like I can do a lot of the little ones. Easier ones. So, yeah. Okay, and let me just get the mouse out the way there. I also try to do it with a relatively broad stance because my focus is actually working on the back as well. So, hands pretty wide apart. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whew. That's how I learned how to do the proper ones in the triangle push-ups. Hey, awesome. Awesome. Yeah, no, it's I don't know what a triangle push-up looks like. But yeah, I think that if you have exercises that can scale according to your strength level, trying to push for too advanced movement too early can be damaging. Look it up. Okay, let me go here. triangle. If I can spell triangle with the E in the correct place. Triangle push-up. What's that look like? Ooh. Ooh. That's a very different kind of push-up. It's so painful in ultra core workout. Yeah. I can definitely see that being a very different set of muscle groups from what I was trying to achieve with that one. Because not all push-ups are made equal. Clearly. There is so much variation. Mobility is a very, very interesting field. I hate them some days. Yeah, I can believe that. I can believe that. I think one of the reasons why I so desperately want to eventually progress to a 3D model is that then we'll be able to do things on stream that are more mobility focused, which I think will be so much fun. Like, I would love to do something like a co-workout stream or whatever. Like, I've got some information on some 3D tracking softwares that are optical based instead of like needing a suit and trackers and things like that. So if I can get the model and a space that I can work in without it being too desperately cramped, I would love to do something like that. It would be painful for sure, but it would be so much fun. And then we'd also get to do some but we'd be able to mess around with random madness as well, which will also be interesting. I've never had an opportunity to just do random chat says do this nonsense. Okay, so that was front 1 in place. Next, front 2, that's going to be this side dangle. And then let's just quickly duplicate that for number 3 for the opposite side. Because these are going to have a little bit of movement on them, I want them to be separated nicely. And I'm just gonna hide that. And that. There we go. I'd also low-key like to learn to dance, you know? That's another thing I'd kind of low-key really like to learn to do. Very VTuberish aspirations, I know. But guess what? It makes sense. Why? Because I'm a VTuber. Wahaha! One day, one day, one day. I'm still mentally flip-flopping. Even after I said, okay, no, we're definitely gonna work on Harrier 3D by myself. I'm still mentally flip-flopping with that so badly. I feel like I'm not gonna be able to do the job justice. But at the same time, I don't have the budget to get someone else to do it, and it's driving me insane. Like, I need to either get good fast, or I need to come to the terms with the fact that 3D character modeling just might not be my gig. Because I have tried it so many times, but I've just not had the sticking power with it, you know? And that's been kind of sucky. Because I've got the beginnings of a base mesh that doesn't look too bad. But between clothing rigging and then all of that other madness, ish, I'm not sure. Toaster, welcome in, and thank you for the sunglasses. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you've had a good weekend. How goes? I have indeed, and I am extremely excited for tomorrow. Ooh. Something big is happening tomorrow, I take it? You can't drop lore like that and not expect a question about it. I get the lump sum of funds I've been saving for the model, and I get to send that forward. Ooh! And this week I'm in charge of people that are in charge of people. Ooh! Fun, fun, fun! Exciting times. I can see why you are so eagerly anticipating the new day. Oh, that's huge. Second time excitement, yay! This needs to be longer. And that is a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. This is gonna go there, because it needed to be longer. I cannot wait. Plus, the artist is a friend of mine that does constant updates. Ew, that's good to know. It's always nice when you get regular feedback. I feel like I kind of dropped the ball a little bit this last month with updates and feedbacks and just letting people know, okay, this is when I'm starting the thing. So I am definitely going to be more mindful of that in the future. Because I feel like a lot of the time it's better to send an update before people ask. And I was a little bit late on that front. And I feel bad. about that, particularly. Being very busy is a good problem to have. But it shouldn't come at the cost of, you know, reminding people, hey, I haven't forgotten about you. We're going to be working on you on this day. I'll be coming to life on the home screen. Ooh, fun, fun, fun! So, Toaster, I've got a genuine question for you that's been bugging me for a while now. How on earth did you come across your username? If you feel comfy sharing that. Because it is an incredibly interesting one. Believe it or not, my username story is rather dull. Oh? No, I'm gonna leave it that way. Let's just hide those, because I just don't trust that fill at the moment. Expand by 1 and invert and fill. Here we go. I was playing Path of Exile on a friend's computer. I had to come up with a name that would be silly, that the name was... and that name was Broccoli Isna. Okay. That... silly usernames for working on friends' PCs, that tracks, okay. I feel there's more to this. And I also feel like this highlight color is not bright enough. That looks closer to the mark. Some weeks later, a new campaign came out, and I thought, I don't want to use the same name. I looked over in his kitchen and thought, stale toast? Nah. Stale toaster. Oh, that sounds catchy. And as I'm doing this stuff, he talked me into getting Discord. Keep in mind, I was unsure about Discord, but still went with it. Username comes up, and I'm thinking, what should I go with? Okay, and then you just roll with it as across the board. Okay, that actually makes sense. I can understand and respect that. That actually makes sense. To kind of just on a whim roll with it. Remembering Path of Exile, Stale Toaster sounds like a good name. It became so catchy with communities, I started using it for everything, and here we are to this day, 8 years later. Oh, wow. Honestly, that is actually not bad. That you say it's dull, but it's actually just you found something that's stuck like glue in a shaggy dog carpet. That to get a catchy name like that, that's not bad. It's not bad at all. It was on a whim and it's become iconic in some of the communities I'm in. Nice. Nice. When on a whim things become, like, cultural hallmarks for a certain subset, it kind of becomes kind of really, really, really funny. And cool at the same time. Only recently did I become a VT because I started streaming earlier this year before coming to school. Ah, I see. So in the whole history of things, the content creation is a fairly new step, it sounds like. How nobody else sniped the name is baffling to me. Well, clearly, no one else thought they had what it took to conquer the toast. Due to friends and support, I hit affiliate within a week. Oh, well done! Congrats! Yeah, I still took quite a while to hit affiliate myself. And pretty much I got lucky with it. I was doing a commission grind as usual, sometime last year, and someone came in to chat, and I thought they were a scammer at first. Turns out they were Twitch staff who had been tasked with giving one person affiliate, I think a week, And I just got lucky that week. I was still like 50 people shy in the followers list of making the cut. So I got very, very lucky. That's awesome. Yeah, I think it was a good day. Like, I legitimately thought that they were a scam. Like, literally, I think all of the clips, or a good majority of the clips on my Twitch channel, are in relation to that event. Because I'm really bad at clipping my stuff. And yeah, it was actually really funny how it worked out. I was so cautious. I legitimately thought that it was a scammer. Because who is this random person and why would they have the ability to do the thing? And turns out, no, that it was real. It was real. Okay, cool. Okay. Because, like, with the frequency that I do, like, gaming streams, or the let's just say my chronic introversion as well has not made my reach the best in terms of algorithms. And I've also just not been like collabing really. Like, I think the two collabs with Citrina, the one with Teo. Have I done any other collabs? Two with Teo. Two with Citrina, two with Teo. I don't think I've done any others. Truth be told, I forgot how I found you, but I'm happy I did. I think I was just scrolling through the art category. Yeah, I think it had to do... The first time I recall seeing your username was actually with last year's combat style tier list. That was the first time I recall seeing you. Or was that after the 15-minute sketch? I don't actually know. My memory for timelines is completely haywire. The combat style tier list? Yeah. So you know how recently I had that event where I was doing a combat style analysis for a bunch of folk, basically looking at their designs and breaking down how I think they'd fight? Well, I did something like that as well a little bit more than a year ago. But I did it as a tier list instead of the radar graphs. But because it was the first time, I didn't realize, oh shucks, I've not actually got enough information. I've not got enough categories in a tier list to get a full thing. So I ran that one event, and a couple of new people came by for that. Why do I think you were there? I can't remember, but anyway. And then, yeah, the 15-minute sketches was, I think the 15-minute sketches was after that. I think it was. I can't remember. It's mad. It's nice when you can remember how you found people, but sometimes you just roll with it. The random occurrences are also fun. The random encounters. The 3 15-minute sketch that took around an hour. Yeah, because of the app in between. That was fun. Speaking of sketches, I'm thinking about ways that I can actually just have more art. That's not commission work. And I am sort of considering doing a sketchy thing, trying to do a daily or once a week at least sketch type thing that's not colored and just fiddling for my own sake. To, you know, just feel like I'm actually getting stuff done again. But I'm still figuring out exactly how and when I'm gonna get that right. I'm seeing a different lady on the left. Who is she? This is Azalea Fox. For your character here, Hoogie Reactive, that we are busy putting together. So we are almost done with the hair. Cute fox lady, yeah. Very cute fox lady. Ignore that this ear is currently floating in the middle of nowhere. I am going to be moving it. It's just that it's just too tall to put on the canvas in its correct position. And I'd rather not squish it. So I'll move it when we pull it into Live2D. Her outfit is adorable. It is. It looks super cozy. Super cozy. But okay, I think that's the bangs almost done. Almost done. We first need to just give this little bit of shine over here. Lock that. There we go. Now, that is that. Let me see. It looks like that might be a really big hair ribbon. Because I'm seeing evidence that the hair is pulled up, and the way that it's floofing out over here, that says it looks like it's a ponytail. But like a really voluminous, poofy one. I don't know if that was a piece of background that was chopped off, or if that is a piece of hair ribbon. Let me just ask that question now. Let's just go create new from clipboard. Grab over here. Let's go to that color. Glasses Ria, so cool. Hello, Hype. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing? I'm just quickly making myself a reference picture to ask some questions. I do not like those colors. So let's go that. Well, now I can see. Now I can see. Okay. Merge that down. Copy. Let me quickly go to region and ask the question in chat, and hopefully, the person in question is online or able to answer relatively quickly. Okay, so right there. Quick questions regarding your design. One. Am I interpreting correctly that you have a puffy ponytail and the beige thing is a hair ribbon? Question mark. Second question. Is this brown piece? Is this beige piece attached to the hair ribbon in brackets question mark, or is it an artifact from being cut off of the background? Same. And I should probably move this into the work in progress folder. That would help. That would help. Now, copy. There's the picture. Scene. Okay. It would help if I included that. Beige part is a giant bow. Okay. Okay. There we go. Here we go. Ba-da-ba-da-dum-bum. Fresh because it's a new bug. There we go. I actually need to submit that bug report still. I need to submit that bug report. But anyway, that is not a job for right this very moment. Okay, so feedback on the questions. So the beige parts are basically a giant bow. They're basically a giant bow, and the character has a half updo, so that's what we're seeing. Okay, so then what's going to happen is behind the ears front, no, behind the bangs back is going to be a folder for the bow. Okay, and I'm going to just hide no, it's got a bow behind the ear back. Bow inks. There we go. Duplicate that. Now what we're going to do is we're going to hide. Oh no, are we not going to hide? No, we're not going to hide just yet. We're going to just put all of that information in. So 2 duplicate clear 1 like that. Okay, that should do the trick. Go 2. Let's just shave off that little bit. Not that it'll be seen, but it makes me feel better. Grab the full color. Grab outside. Expand by 1 pixel. Invert and fill. And that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. There we go. Oh. Yes, okay. Then we need multiply and clip, clear that, duplicate that, drop that in there, on top, and over here. Something like that. will do the trick. Cool. I'm back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. And that will do the trick. Okay. So just to check everything again, I'm just going to hide the mouths because we don't need that. Alright, we are very nearly done with the first section. So what I want to do is I want to take the bow in its entirety and just move this up like that. Okay, and then what we want to do is just going to come over to this side again real quick. One moment, please. And just make sure that I'm not missing anything critical. No, okay. We're all good. We're all good. Okay. Then the next thing is going to be duplicate this. This is going to be hair back 2 and duplicate, actually undo before that. Let's just quickly do multiply, copy, and drop that in here as well because I'm going to need that in pretty much everything. Paste. Okay. And duplicate, put this in front of the bow and call this hair back 1. There we go. Reverse the order. Okay. So this is going to be the little ponytail. I actually got that alignment pretty good for not being able to see what I was doing. Yay. Let's just sharpen these. Almost got it. That'll do the trick. Okay, now over here. Start with our red, grab outside, expand by 1 pixel, invert and fill. There we go. Grab our brown. First, let's lock the layer opacity. No idea how much of this is actually going to be visible, but it's fine. It all depends on the physics in the end. Okay, then multiply layer. Just like that will do the trick. We'll see how this actually pans out when we rig it. It's fine. I can always move it around. I can always move that around. Okay, now this one, what we're gonna do is we're gonna make this nice and fluffy. So we're gonna start back here. That was too much. Something like that ought to do the trick. No, I'm not happy with that shape. I'm not happy with that shape. Okay, now hide, 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 hide. All of that madness. There we go. Select outside, expand, invert, pull. Okay, now we've got sort of a half and half thing going on here, majority. So we're going to make a split. And on this side, we're going to add a streak, like that. Come on. And let's do something similar on this side. Something will do. Something like that will do. Okay. Now over here, we start by creating a big patch of shade. Something like that. Okay. Almost got it. There we go. Alright, and then over here, wait. Like that'll do. Okay. So with that, we should have everything we need for the hair at the very least. Okay, so obviously the ear is in the wrong place at the moment, but it looks like we've got the hair assembly in place. Now what I want to do is I want to go to the mouths. And she's got these little fangs. So what I want to do is I want to add a thing over here. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a new layer, which we're going to call fang. Open wide smile. Okay. And that's going to be just a little tooth over here. Lock. Okay, copy. Paste. Bang, open YW. Over here, we're just gonna trim that like so. And duplicate. Open. You can't see it. Oh, wait. Bang. E. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to just copy those and also put them in my base. Because I think that's something that is going to be useful later. Mouths. Paste. Save. Close. Okay. So that's the fangs in place. Check. So what can get lost in this thing? We don't need that. We won't need that. I'm actually not going to need these layers in here either. Let me just drop that down there. Okay. Grab all of this and put it into a head layers, collapse, hide, so that all of that I can show and manipulate separate from the body, which is the next thing. Okay, so next up is going to be torso. So the first thing that we've got here is we've got this little cherry blossom or plum blossom or whatever pink flowery pattern tattoo. That goes over the bust and shoulders. So what we're going to need to do is we're going to include that into the we're going to include that in the outfit layers. So what I'm also going to do is I'm quickly going to add a temp swatch layer. Okay, and on the temp swatch, what we're going to do is we're going to add our skin base. and our skin shade. And we're also going to grab our eye colors. So we've got what all to work with. Actually, that's what I'm seeing is multiply layers in play. So it is that color, that color, and that color. With this around the pupil and this I'm gonna put that like so. Stretch! Okay, one moment please. I shall do the stretch in just a tick. I just hit the save button. Be healthy, do crime. The crime of unshrimping? The crime of unshrimping? Do we dare unshrimp? Oh, or the crime of being as stretchy, as creaky as an old boat. Oh my word. You do not want to know what sound my lower traps just made. Oh wow. Yes, and art. Committing art crimes of cursed layers. Oh, the stretches. Oh, yeah, the stretches. Really just opening everything up. There we go. What were those ones called again? That's those have also been making weird sounds lately. Joy. Doing a little bit of rotation as well. And this way. Ooh, that's not good. You have committed the worst crime possible by having a commission of all godly law. Ah, you're too kind. You're too kind. But okay. We are stretched. The creeks have croaked. I'm not too kind, I'm just slimy. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. Let us look at how we're going to do the next bit. So, methinks. We're going to do torso, outfit. And we're gonna go duplicate. Come over here and not zoom out that much. So we're pretty much only going to see the top of the corset bust area on this layer. Okay. So here we're going to grab black. And I just want to show the back arm as well real quick, just so that I can see. Okay. That's sort of the shape that I want to follow. Something like that, yeah. Ba-da-dum-bum-ba-da-dum-bum-bum. That'll do the trick for that, I think. Almost got it, almost got it. Now we grab that information and a hydrate while we're at it. So everyone acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage and let's take a sip. Ooh. I think this one might actually be one of the easier ones to rig now that I'm looking at it. Pardon? Okay, so that will behave itself, probably. Probably. Yeah, that'll behave itself, I think. I know how I'm going to handle this. Okay. We need a bust full. Which is going to live right in front. And on the paper, what we're going to do is we're just going to change that color so that I can see things a little bit more clearly. There we go. And because this isn't a customizable layer, I don't need to bother. It's rather not that it's not a customizable layer, but it's not part of the base. I don't need to bother with trying to make it fit existing stuff. So I can just put the color in like that. There we go. And on this side, we're going to grab our beige. Hide our bust full. Hide the torso, hide the back arm, hide the front arm. Where is my Lucifer? Here we go. Slowly but certainly, we are getting to the point where we will be able to pull this into Live2D. How long have we been working on this thing? Information tab? 2 hours. Almost 3 hours. Whoopsie. How? No, I can't have been working on this thing for 3 hours already, right? 2 hours. 2 hours makes sense. The other hour is on the base. The time spent actually making the base. Okay, now there's gold. Which I'm going to grab like so. There we are. That'll do the trick there. And red in there. Try that again. Now here, what we're going to do is we're going to grab our sort of a tattoo branch color. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go two, and I'm going to basically draw it once and then duplicate it and clip it onto both. So what we've got is we've got a branch that goes like that, and like that, and like that, and like that. All right. And then on top of that, we've got little splotches of pink. With slightly darker splotches of pink. And then white in the middle. Okay. So that should clip pretty well. So I'm going to duplicate this, clip that down, merge. So on that side, that should behave like so. Hide that, hide torso outfit. Now over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically get rid of some of this information. Lock. Like so. Unlock. Okay, so then as those two slide past each other, that should work pretty well. Let's go home. F2. Okay. And that'll clip down onto the front arm fill. Then we're going to need, behind that, or between those two, we're going to need F8 leave. Okay. Grab black. Zoom out. And over here, what we're going to do is we're going to go to our line art layer. Come on. Add a band like that. Hide front arm, hide torso, hide tattoo, hide the head group. There we go. That will do the trick. Now, we come back to our torso outfit. Grab that color again. Ooh, got a artifact in place where that's unfortunate. Okay. I still need to do shading on this, actually. Hold up. Let me do that real quick. There we go. Then hide that again. Come over here, grab our lasso. Wait. Nearly there. Nearly there. Okay. Multiply. Something like that. Alright, so that should be that in place. Okay, that'll work. That needs to go. Ooh, I need to split this. I need to split this. I need to split this. Come over here. Grab that. I need to split the lower torso off of the bust. Copy. Paste. And the reason for that is so that I don't fight with layer order later. Cancel. So let me just quickly redo that. Slowly but certainly we're getting there. Okay, then grab this color, close up the top. And then over here, we're gonna get rid of everything below because we don't need it over here. So we can just grab that, make that consistent. Inks, get rid of that because we don't need it. There we go. So then we've got I'm just gonna rename that best to best outfit. Okay. Okay, so that will all slide together nicely. Okay, that will interact well. Apart with all of the layers. So now we need to just do the back arm and then we are ready to pull it into Live2D. Woohoo! So close to done. So close to done. Anything weird and wonderful with the back arm? No, it's straightforward. Back arm is straightforward. So we duplicate that and we go EA sleeve. Do we even need that? No, we can just go F underscore sleeve B underscore. Why? Because unlike a winged character, there aren't wing arms, so the only arms can be the human ones. Okay, so then we hide that, empty that. Hide the front arm, show the back arm. Back sleeve, inks. Have the right pen selected, yes. Okay, then over here, hide the back arm, hide the temp swatch, grab everything, expand, 1 pixel, invert, fill. Multiply layer, grab that color. Get all of those in place. Like so. Okay. There we go. Okay. And I think that is all of the layers that we are going to need to do the job. I can get rid of that one because I don't need it anymore. Collapse that one. Show that. Show that. Back sleeve lives behind there. And we're not going to need any of those. So let's make this normal again. Save. Now what we do is we just grab the hair back layers and move them all the way to the back. Grab these, pull them out of there. Okay, I think that is everything we need. I think that's everything we need. Yeah, we're there. We're there. Okay. Save button. Now what I do want to do is I want to go save as, put this into Photoshop format. Yes. Just grab a quick screenshot and throw this over here. Okay. Now what I do is we come over here and we delete all of the pieces that we do not actually need to see. So, front arm, torso, and back arm go away because they're part of the base. The head goes away because it's part of the base. The eyes go away because it's part of the base. Alright. And answer the question and yep. Okay. Now what we do is quickly talking with client. Right, now what I need to do is I need to actually come in here and merge the groups. So merge selected, merge selected. Merge selected. Merge selected. Merge selected. Okay. J Sizzle, hello, hello! Welcome in, and thank you for the hydrate! Bacon, as they say, is the best. Is the best. But welcome in, and everyone courtesy of J Sizzle the Great, please acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. How are you doing? How are you doing? It's been a while. It's good to see you. I'm vibing like a chicken sandwich doing the cha-cha slide. Hey, that's a vibe indeed. That is a vibe indeed. We are just about done with a reactive commission that I'm quickly busy with. We're just doing the last few things that we need before sliding this into Live2D. Just doing the last layer merges. And then we're gonna do really quick rig. And it is very near completion. Okay, so now with that being filled, I don't need to have that separated, so I can merge this entire group like that. Okay, brings back, that's going to be merge selected and merge selected again over there. Yeah, back, I can merge that entire thing. It doesn't have any separations. Do these need to be separate layers? No, they do not. So I can go merge and just call this bust. There we go. Front sleeve merge. Torso outfit merge. Back sleeve merge. Hair back 2 merge. Bow merge. Hair back 1 merge, paper, delete. There we go. And that is an auto hydrate, so everyone. Once again, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Okay. So now our PSD file is ready. It is indeed ready to pull into our base on Live2D. So, hit the save button. Let me just quickly do my file copying and pasting for all of the things. So we go permissions, go to your character here, grab the reactive, grab our CMO3 and animation file, go copy, into folder, paste. Okay. And now we go open Live2D, minimize clip, minimize here. Show this again so that I don't get lost. Come on, open up, open up. Alright, that's that. Now we come over here. Grab both of those, drag those in. Opening model file. Preparing model display. Opening animation file. There we go. Alright. So now what we do is we come back to here, grab our Photoshop file, drop this in, add all this new art mesh, okay. Yay, that's everything. Now what we need to do is we need to order this appropriately. So hair back goes hair back 1, hair back 2, all of that goes all the way back behind the back arm. Not in, behind back arm. There we go. And here that needs to go into our head rotation. There we go. So now when we breathe, that should move. Yay. Okay. Number 1. Woohoo! Then also in there needs to go literally the majority of this. That all needs to go in as well. So then on the breath, everything there moves. Woohoo! Okay. Now what we need to do is we need to come to our... Where is our ear front layer? And now first bangs back needs to move behind the head, like that. No? Just the one. The other one sits over there. No? Like that. Like that. Yes? Okay, this side, what I need to do is with the ears front, I need to just come over here real quick. And I need to remesh like that. Okay, get rid of that line, get rid of that line. Okay, now I grab these 4 and I pull that in like that. Rotate slightly, move like that. I actually want to just tweak this shape now that it's in the right position. That looks more right. That looks more right. Okay. Now this ear needs to go behind the bangs back. There we go. And that needs to live over there. Let's just hide the bangs front for a second and just reposition this. There we go. That looks good. Show bangs front again. Now brows. I am going to move into the eyes layer. Like that. There we go. Front arm tattoo. And front arm sleeve. What we're going to do is we're going to pull these into our front arm rotation, like that. Okay, and this we are going to lock onto front arm fill. Cool. That's now in place. Next, what we do is we grab torso warp, grab those two, drop them in there. Okay, grab multiply color. Okay, grab our normal skin color. Okay, grab normal skin color. Okay, hide collapse there. Grab that color. Grab that color. Head rotation. Grab that color. With that, we're also going to grab this and then just make it way light. Not quite white, but pretty close. There we go. Back arm rotation. Grab our main color. There we go. We are nearly ready. Back sleeve goes in there. Next, fangs get put onto our appropriate mouth forms. So this is the fang E, so let me find the E sound. And also just by our mouths, just want to drag this into the right place here. Drop them in there. Okay. So we're going to have the smiley mouth, like that. Okay. So now let's see. That's closed. Closed. That is open wide smile. So there, we put that on 0. There it's on 1. There it's on 100. There it's on 0. Okay, next That's the E sound. And that goes on 0. That goes on 100. That goes on 100. That goes on 0. Okay? That goes on 0. That goes on 0. So why are you here? You should not be there. You should not be there. You should not be there. There you're on 100. There you need to be on 0. Okay, so that's that one. This needs to be on 0 and on 0. And on 1. And on 1. And on 0. Okay, next is going to be that one. And that is going to be 0, 0. Actually, this one does not need to exist in here because we're not using the W-shaped mouth. So I don't need that one. Okay, so mouth is ready. Base color on this is going to be there. Shade 1 color is going to be there. Okay. Shade 2 color is going to be that one. Okay. Highlight color is going to be U. Pupil ring is going to be U. Pupil is going to be U. There we go. That's that in place. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to grab U and U, and I want to go copy and put that behind the eyes. Paste. Right. Now those two we're going to take and make them 40%. Undo. Undo. Take the entire bunch. And move those behind, then grab those two and put those in front. Okay, now those two we put on 40%. And then we should get our opacity shift. Good. So now, for practical purposes, we should have our static almost ready. Our static version is almost ready. Pre-physics. Pre-physics, it's mostly working. Layer order is doing its thing the way we want it to. Right. So then what we need to do is just get this order here correct. So this needs to live behind the front banks, like that. And I messed up. I merged these two together. I merged those two together. Grr. I wanted to not have those two together, so I'm going to delete that. Come back to clip, file, open recent. Grab the bow, copy, delete literally everything else in here, paste, get rid of that. Merge selected, save. Okay. Slowly but certainly, we're getting there. Slowly but certainly, we're getting there. Okay. Minimize that and drag it in again. Those two, pull those all the way to the back. And drop those in the head rotation. There we go. Now we reposition so that it looks right. Something like that. Head back one. Just want to have this with enough space so that we can actually see the little half updo in action. Something like that will work. Auto mesh. Maybe. Is that enough? Yes. Auto mesh. Heavy. Auto mesh. Heavy. Lapse that because I don't need that anymore. These top ones that are lower opacity, I'm going to delete first because I want to do these appropriately first. Still not quite there with these two. That looks better. Okay. All right. So now all of those pieces are ready to be physicsed. Let's just see that behavior real quick. Okay. What I do want to do is I want to take the hair back and move it down. Okay, that behaves itself a little bit better. I also want to just rotate it like that ever so slightly and pull it ever so slightly further that way, so that we get the sense of that volume. Okay. Now what I want to do is I just want to see what these parameters are doing. Okay. Let's put this in a warp deformer. Call this 2. Create. Which way is that impact? So 4, 5, and 6 is going to be the lower. So it's going to be like that. Okay. Vertically, I want more pieces. Okay. Down here. That's going to be... No. I want that to have... Yes, that many. Okay, now you go like so, and like so, and like so. There we go. And on this side, yeah, like that. There we go. I don't need a one in the middle there. So that will do the trick there. I think that's maybe a little bit much. Just pull that in a little bit. Okay. Then on this side. Just ease that. And over here. Like so. And just ease that. There we go. And on this side. Rotate like that. Like that. And like that. And like that. Now here, just close the gap. Soften this angle. Almost got it. Almost got it. What nonsense is happening here by this mesh? Weird, but okay. And that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. We're making good progress. We are almost done. So here, when we taste now, firstly, reflect, 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 and secondly, tone it down a lot. So, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, taste. think this is actually supposed to be on the first 3 parameters, so let me just change that. Okay. And test. And now we reflect them again. And check. Nope. Undo, undo, undo. Okay, so that's that one layer of physics sorted. Ooh, and I see an error in my layer order. Do you see it? All of this still needs to come down to the right places. So, all of that needs to live. Over there. Now that layer order works. Okay. Now hair back 1 and the bow I'm going to put in the same deformer. Because they are literally right on top of each other. And they're going to move basically in conjunction. And I want that to also be on this parameter, so on here. You're gonna warp 1. Two, like that. That's that one. I feel like it should maybe be a little bit more spacious. Okay, that should do the trick. Next segment. Yeah. like that. And like that. Last one. That. And like that. Okay. Now we test. So this is stretching a little bit too far. So we come back, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, paste. Oi, hello there. That's breaking. That's why. Undo, 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 undo. Copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. Okay. Paste. Okay, and then all of the bangs are going to go on the other one. Start here. Okay. Make that 3. Okay, and that's gonna behave like such. And like so. This one. Like that. And like that. And like that. And like that. this one. Like so. And there. Like that. And there we have it. Okay. Test to make sure. I'm gonna flip it. I need to flip it as well. Okay. Check that. Okay. Next, you, same story. That one was on 5-6. Okay. Now we go. Yeah. This one. Next. Paste. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces left. 4 pieces left. let's see. Can I cheat this? And put these two together in a deformer. I should be able to. They're approximately at the same height. And I don't think they need to move quite so much as the others. Hmm. Something like that. Okay. Next. Yeah, let's check that. I don't like how far back that one is moving. That's better. Okay. Now, in terms of layer order, I just want to make sure that this one is actually behind the other one, I think. Yeah, that looks better. Okay. Last is going to be these two top pieces. And then we just need to do the transparency. And then it's done. Ain't that a treat? Um, okay. And now we're going to go copy, paste, put that on top of the eyes. It's still inside that deformer. Make that one 40%. And it doesn't actually cut through, so that one is pretty safe actually. But it's this one. This one that's going to have a bit of an interesting time of it. Let me start, now that it's in a deformer, by putting this one up here. Really? There we go. And then this last one. There we go. So now, for all practical purposes, if we come in here, this should pretty much be there. I think we're there. I think we're there. So now all we need to do is come to our placement and transparency position. Let's just pull this down ever so slightly and scale this down ever so slightly. Okay, so now we just copy this information from here. Link again, because that had done something really daft. Okay, there we go. We are there. We are there. So now we copy this information from here onto our placement and transparency. Paste. Copy. Paste. So now they should behave in tandem. Okay, there we go. Job done. Now I just need to export and it'll be ready to send. Yay! Victory! Quick and easy. It only took us 3.5 hours. Woohoo! But everyone, that is a hydrate, so acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. So, export. If this is going to be 500 at 30. Okay. This goes into potatoes. That is not where we want to be. We want to be in this one. Idle. This is idle 500. Save. Close. File. Export. If 1000 by 1000. Okay. Idle 1. Okay. Save. Was that on 30 FPS? I can't recall. I did not recall looking. No! It should have still been on 30. Let me just go again just for good measure. Yes, it was 30. Okay, cancel. Next, over here, file, export, if 1000 by 1000, 30. Okay. Speaking 1. Okay. Save. And close, file, export, if 500. Okay. Speaking. 500. Enter. Close. Close that because we're done with it. File. Save. Now I can deliver! Woohoo! Ain't that a joy? You have gotten through all of the way. Alright, so let us put all these in place. That was a victory! Yeah, it was a nice little victory to start the week. Just like so. Those. One of those. Okay. Let me just quickly write this delivery note. Uh-huh. Oh, that's that. There we go. Now I just need to very, very quickly do a loyalty card. Copy that. Paste. Alright. Victory, victory, we are loving victories. Guys, still. In my time zone, it's already the 3rd. Export. Today's date 2025, 11:03. Okay. Save button. There we go. Delivered! Don't you just love it when you get the whole job done in one fell swoop? Whole job in one fell swoop. Lovely, lovely. But there we go, guys. That was it. That was the job for today. I know I started quite a bit later than usual, but I am also looking at. I'm looking at doing some tweaks to my schedule. In the sense that I know the schedule says 1900 hours UTC, but I think going forward I'm going to make it standard 1930 hours UTC, because I keep needing an extra half hour at the very least with family things happening in the household. And it is a thing that I need to, you know, make. It's something that I need to make more standardized affair. That being said, we have a couple more of these to do. So, I know I did start like 2 hours later than usual. Like significantly 2 hours later than usual. Today, but I am going to try and do one of these foogies, and then still a little bit of extra work on full VTuber rigs over the course of the next couple of days. If you look at my schedule graphic, you will see the same thing. Yeah. This is gonna be the ongoing plan going forward. More or less for the rest of the week. Very, very, very predictable. Very, very, very predictable. Basically, we are in the commission grind this week. Thoroughly. We are so thoroughly in the commission grind this week. So we are going to be looking very, very, very distinctly at making sure that we have as much done as humanly possible. I have somehow managed to get another one in the time that it took us to do this commission. Oh my word. Okay. Okay. So we've got a lot in the queue. But we're trying to get through them as much as possible to show that the queue is actually moving. I am not just sitting on things, waiting for the deadlines to approach like crows at farm in famine. So I will be trying to plow through all of these small your character here type things as soon as possible. Okay, I just got a response back. And of course, okay, I really need to report this bug. Okay. Busy times? Indeed. We like being busy, but I would like to be able to manage the busyness such that It doesn't feel like I am not in control. I am supposed to be the perpetrator of creative chaos, not someone subjugated to it, if I can phrase it that way. But we strive on and we work towards some semblance of sanity. Sanity being a loosely used term, granted, but we're aiming roughly in that direction. Roughly. Very, very roughly. So that is one check out of the queue. So I've got 3 more of your character here's, and then I've got an emote, and I've still got to do Zany's design. Finished. I still need to finish his iterations. That I need to get onto quite quickly because I know that the reference sheet is still going to take quite some time as well. So there is that. So with how this last month and a bit has panned out, I feel like the last 2 months since I started the donathon. My time management in terms of commissions and such has not been optimal at all. I fully acknowledge that it has not been optimal. I have been jumping around like a cat on a hot tin roof. It has been... I've been palpable. It's been wild. And I've not been managing things as well as I should have been. But I think we are en route to having things back under control. And with that, it means that I've also not really been able to properly gauge how much time I've been spending on the VTuber arts and rigs at this point. So I've not been tracking my time appropriately either, and that for statistics and figuring out updates to pricing and such is not ideal at all. Because I think it is it is important to be mindful of how much time I spend on a thing, and manage my capacity accordingly, because I think my capacity management has been a little bit shaky on some points. Thanks for the amazing stream, Harrier. I do need to pick your brain about my design once you've had a chill and relaxation from the creative chaos. Look, you can pick my brain at any time. If it's related to something that you wanted to have done. So, feel free to send me a direct message. I will gladly talk over with you. If you are okay with the fact that it may not necessarily be a real-time conversation. And this is maybe something that is important for anyone who ever wants to DM me to know. I operate it across like 3 out of 4 corners, or 3 out of 4 quarterly segments of the planet's time zones, in various minor chunks throughout the day. So, for example, if you are in the Euro time zones, you might have a little bit of trouble getting hold of me in the middle of the day. So like from, say, 1 o'clock to like 5 o'clock in the Euro time zones-ish, give or take an hour or 3 this way or that. You might have a little bit of trouble getting hold of me then, because that's when I'm in my second sleep, because I'm on a biphasal sleep cycle. But aside from that, I will basically, if I see a DM, I will answer it as soon as I'm conscious. If you think that, okay, we're having a conversation and all of a sudden you're being ghosted, no, you're not being ghosted. I'm just either busy or asleep, one of the two. I know some people are a bit finicky on that regard, but I'm easy. And yeah, it's just it's just one of the natures of the kind of industry we're in. Is like, we're not all available all the time. We're not all apparently in the United States either, by the by. And yeah, it's just how things pan out. So we work on things. We answer things when we can. I am not. I'm thankfully not in the kind of headspace where it feels like every little thing is consuming every ounce of my neural energy at this point in time. Thankfully, I've still got that much sanity left, at least. I was floundering a bit 2 weeks ago. There I had zero thought capacity for anything. I could not even think about food, let alone, you know, existing like a normal organic life form. But I am pretending to be a fully organic life form at the moment, so yay, we're okay. We're okay at the moment. And yeah, we are still on a little bit of tight deadlines, but we are in a creative mind space at least. We're in a manageable, okay place. We're not in burnout mode. If we were in burnout mode, I would let you guys know, and then I'd be worried. But we're not in burnout mode, so everything is fine. That being said, I am looking at some things that I might be able to do for evergreen content for my YouTube channel. I know I have said before that I want to do this one song cover. I really, really, really want to do that one song cover so desperately badly. I don't know if I'll be able to have it being a licensed cover, because I do not know who to ask for and how for permission on that. But I'd really, really, really like to do it. And well, we'll see how that goes. Considering that it will be a first ever song cover. So there's that little detail. But I think I want to, if I do that, I only want to post it after going through the karaoke stream. One way or another. I definitely only want to do it after the karaoke stream. But yeah, so I am preparing for that. I'm planning for that. I'm trying to keep my voice intact for that, as well as practice and acquire the right things to do the job. But I'm also looking for other stuff that I can do. Like I don't know about recording tutorials. I feel like when I do teaching, I best do it live during a stream, basically. I don't feel like I am a tutorial maker in that regard. Like, if I figure out, okay, here's a thing that, okay, I've been getting all of the questions about this particular thing, then sure, maybe I'll consider it, but until such time, I don't see myself just coming up with, let me make a tutorial on this today. Yeah, you know? So we figure things out. I am low-key thinking about doing like sort of a lore animatic type of thing eventually. Like I'd really love to do that sort of stuff. Sort of like a motion comic type thing. Either that or my actual big plan for Misthaven. Okay, by big plan I mean the intermediate plan between animatic and full big plan. Shall I spoil it? Shall I spoil it? I don't think I'll spoil it. Not yet. Still got to write too much. I've got so much to write. I've at least got a rough idea of where I'm going. So I don't know. Maybe one of these days I should spend some time writing in invisible productivity streams, because we've got those going on. For those of you who are not familiar yet with invisible productivity streams, it's when we go over here and I work on stuff, but you can't see what we're working on, because it's either stuff that is not yet for release, like NDA type stuff, or stuff that I can't really show on stream because otherwise I'll get fucked. Then we work here, and whatever you see on the little hexagons, you can't really tell what is going on, so it's safer. But yeah, aside from that, I'm still figuring out what all are viable options. I'm also looking at expanding my options into vertical streaming as well. So I have got the vertical streaming multi-streaming plugin installed and ready to use. I just need to still set up my hotkeys and whatchamacallit, scenes for my vertical setup, so that can go parallel with the main streams. I don't know about streaming, so I really don't want to go to TikTok so badly. That place scares me on a human level. Like, that place deeply terrifies me. I know that's where a lot of people are though, so maybe. Although I also don't know if anyone can stream to TikTok, or if you need to actually reach certain milestones or what have you to be able to do there. But I do know that it's already set up for Twitter. I've got vertical streaming set up for Twitter, but I need to still figure out exactly if that's going to be a new sort of stream key for every single instance, or if it's the same stream key and I can just, you know, make it work. I don't know. I need to figure that out still. I know someone who streams to Twitter. I'll ask that person. I will ask that person how it works. Because there won't be chat there. But it's something. And then also obviously still re-establishing my instructions, my commands, and reinstalling chats on screen as well. If we do reinstall chats on screen again, I'm going to look for some sort of custom CSS, because the chat just scrolling over a block thing, it takes up way so much space, and I think it would be nice to actually have a dedicated piece of custom CSS that actually looks like something planned and not just haphazardly pasted together from 6 years ago. I will get there. But I need to find someone who can make it look good, that I can afford as well. So yeah, there's that updated that I'm gonna work towards. Lots still to do on both the cheeky and the tail rig. I've basically got to redo like a huge amount of what I've done on the tail rig. Like it's mind-boggling how much I've actually got to redo now that I've learned a bunch of stuff working on cheeky. And that is school fees. That is the school fees that we pay. I'm just gonna need to talk with Teo and make sure that all is well on that front in terms of being comfy with needing to do all of those redos for quality purposes. Like, I do not want to give Teo a thing that is half-cocked. I do not like that idea. I do not like that idea one bit. So I will find out what Teo would prefer out of that entire debacle. Because that deadline is imminent as well. But yes, I want to redo some things quite desperately badly, because the hair physics I'm basically going to need to completely redo, because it's still all on the wobbly way, not the angle way that looks nice on cheeky. So that needs repair of significant value, and that is the hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Whew. There we go. But yeah, that's where we're at. I am going to probably need to put I'm probably going to need to put a notice on my services. Hold up, let me just do that while I'm talking about it before I lose my train of thought on the matter. 10 weeks, that is 2 months and a little bit. Add a description here. Okay. I think we're okay. Anyway. That is the sound of my brain expiring for the night, apparently. We've gotten a lot done. Got a lot to do still. We'll plow through it all, bit by bit. Make headway through the queue. I think when I've got these foogies out the way, it will feel like I've actually achieved something. And when I feel like I've achieved something, my headspace gets better. So we'll get there. We'll get there. And I will try to plow through as much of this stuff as I can. Yeah. Yeah, we'll figure things out. One bit at a time. One bit at a time. But anyway, rest well when you get to it, guys. Thank you for joining in. I really, really appreciate it. And until next time, rest well and cheery bye.